Hello. Hello. Something about my headphones is not correct. And it might be driver related. I need to see how to update them. Da, 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 da. My left side. In my left side, the sound crackling. It's like it's speaking, but it's only on this side. I don't know why. Let's see. Connector issue? It could be, but I don't know. Because that's all fine. I don't know. I'll live with it for today, and then I'll try and figure it out off stream. Dude, I've been doing so much off stream that I haven't been able to record anything. I don't know what that means, but there you go. I don't know what that means. But there you go. No, I haven't been able to record anything. I've been trying to get a factory done. And I built this out, and then I built this out, and then I was like, nah, it's too bulky. So I decided to pivot. There you go. That's actually a good one. It's too bulky. I decided to pivot. So I'm restarting everything. It was bulking. Now it's on a cut. Yeah, sure. Right now we're restarting. I got. I'm gonna put probably. Gonna put something over here that's just gonna catch these as well. You know what? We could do that now before we do the actual stream stuff. This is a farm for the cards. Yeah, well, it's I want to make a farm for all the dyes. Because you know. We're gonna need all the dyes eventually, and I was like, if we're making the cards, why not also make a farm that has all the dyes? You got errors from your script? No, I don't. Again, I haven't gotten that much stuff done. Also, I changed the whole thing. Not the cards, but the way that we set up the thing. I now have, for the recipes, I group them based on effect or attack. Right? So edicts, invocations, and relics and invocations are now all bundled together in a recipe. And then workers and machines are now bundled in a recipe. So that means that if we go to a recipe, let's say, I always have to go to the cardboard now. Right. So, for instance, this would make all the edicts for Aralis, but it also gives you a chance for all the edicts, the invocations, and the edicts, invocations, and the relics, because I wanted a wider variety for the luck. I needed a larger pool for the luck to really play out. Stam just DM'd me, scared the hell out of me. It's fine. No, we're making bone meal here for white dye and then all the lighter dyes and stuff. But I'll keep working on that. We might have to push to this week's episode, but that's fine. I did end up making a simpler version of. We had the machine last stream where we had the shuffler or the deck shuffler for the game. It was too complicated. I simplified it. I simplified the hell out of it. Shuffle. So now I want to orientate it correctly. So we're gonna rotate it this way, and I'm gonna raise it a bunch because I want to start building in the air. And then we'll print. So basically over here we have an input chest and an output chest. It's something I didn't want to do. I wanted everything to be the same input and then the same depot, but for simplicity I decided against it. So we have a graveyard depot and then an actual depot. Hello Yummy, welcome in, how you doing? So this will likely be hidden behind a wall. I'll probably put like the wall on oh, that's not what I wanted to do. On this level, right? Because then I can hide all the ugly stuff. Right, that would be like the wall bit. And then this would be ground level. So eventually they would only see this, right? And I think that's plenty. I think that's more than enough. And then the field would go in this direction. Right? I think that's okay. If you think about it. I think that's okay. You can load in your deck in here, and then if you're done, your deck returns over here. And then this basically does all the shuffling that we need to do over here. So it shuffles your deck whenever you draw a card, and if you discard a card over here, it just kind of gets held in here, in this system. That's basically it. And then the whole noodle situation is one to shuffle. So basically, this side on the right side here is all shuffling. Every time you draw a card, it shuffles your deck a little bit, and then you get a card. Now, on the left side is basically return my card. So if you hit this button over here, it dumps. You can see all these turn off. So it dumps all the cards out of the shuffler into a vault, ready to be returned. And then it also kind of fires the shuffler a little bit, because sometimes cards get stuck on this side of the deck. So that's kind of why we fire it a second time. That's our interface. That's our deck interface. Now what we want to do is build out this side. Well, at least like one half of the field, and see if we can make it look, 1, interesting, 2, functional, 3, at least make it look good, right? And I think I like lines. If you look at like playing fields, I assume we'll get some cool images. Make it broken, non-functional, ugly. And that's gonna be step 1. Make it broken, non-functional, and ugly, and then we'll pivot into. So this is like your basic Pokemon, right? TCG field, and then you've got like, you got Yu-Gi-Oh, which is also a very known one. That's not Yu-Gi. Is that Yu-Gi-Oh? That's not Yu-Gi-Oh. No. Making it look like a blueprint would be cool. That would be cool, yeah. Now the thing before we do anything, we need to kind of figure out the rules and how we play, and depending on how we play, we can design a field. So I'm gonna grab my Google Doc real quick. This is gonna be another one of those streams where we do a lot of talking, a lot of like thinking, and then eventually, hopefully, come to like something concrete. Because next week I'm sitting together with Thurlash, just gonna go around it, go about it. A lot of failure and a lot of process. Yeah, exactly. Okay, Google Doc. So how to play. This is what I have so far, right? I also started making like a little terminology list of things that are in the game and that people might not know immediately. So I'll be every time you guys kind of ask me, oh, what does that do? I'll add it to that list. Hello, Rachel. So how to play. Every turn consists of a couple of actions, right? This is like your turn. You could call them phases. I think Yu-Gi-Oh calls them phases. I don't know if any other card game calls. I don't really play TCGs, if that's obvious. So this is very new. So optionally, if you want, you can activate activate. Only obtainable through side quests. That would be cool, but I want them to be able to buy packets, and like, you know how when people online buy Pokemon packets, they open them and they get 9 cards or 7 cards, whatever is in a Pokemon packet, and then they kind of get really excited about them. I want to do that. And since we're in Create, we can use actual packages to do that. And then we only need to figure out a way to make a deck. Some packs that are not sold anymore. Yeah, that's something I do want to do, is when I add like event cards, I would call them, but like special cards, the hollows maybe. Eventually, we can do side quest stuff. Before the basic cards, I think buying is the way to go. Okay, so every turn consists of a couple of actions. Activate a deity action. Hello, Ralph. I'm doing well. My voice, I had hoped that my voice, I kind of felt my voice getting better, but now it's gone the opposite side again. So my voice is still not okay. Oh, aside from that, I'm doing great. Doing great. So, you can, so deity action, if you want, you can do first. That means you always have a passive action, which is the first one, and then an active action, the second one. And the active one you can only do once a game. Right. That's like your Hail Mary, basically. And that's the one that you play in this round. Then you draw a card. You play up to 2 cards. You don't have to play cards. You don't have to play. You can always skip to effects or attack. but you play up to 2 cards. And then activate one effect. That could be a relic, an invocation, or an effect from a card, from a machine or a follower card. And then you can do your deal your attack. You can attack with all active followers on the board, which is something that you see in Hearthstone, I think. Again, if you go to Hearthstone, if you go to Hearthstone, right, all of these active creatures on the board can deal attacks to other creatures or the champion. So, right, this is kind of the field I'm going for, right? We have our champion, which in our case is a deity. We have creatures, which in our case are followers. And then we have an edict, which is played until another edict is played. Now, what Pokemon does... Pokemon allows you to play a monster, a Pokemon, and then add energies to your Pokemon, right? That just basically helps your Pokemon get stuff. There's another one that does that, where you can link cards together. And that's kind of what I want to do with machines. So, play a card. To have a field, I'm going to open up Paint real quick, because I want to sketch this out first before we go into the... I'm only going to design one half, and then we mirror it to get the other side of the field. Where's my pen? I lost my pen. Oh, there's the pen. Okay. So we have, in our case, we have our back wall, which has our deck and our graveyard. I'm gonna put a D and a G. Oh, that's not a good G. Let's put those. So G, D, deck, graveyard, right? We're looking at it from a top-down view. So middle line over here. So what I want to do is I want to have a number of slots for follower cards. Oh, I don't know how many. I think 5 on the field is like a maximum. I don't think you should be able to play more than 5 followers. Dude, these are the worst rectangles I've ever drawn. But we have 5 cards basically, and then each card has a 3-slot backbone. I don't know if I'm gonna call it a backbone, but like a back portion to it. Again, not the best thing I've ever drawn, but it's a sketch. So 3 slot cards. So this is 1 card, 3 cards, and then we have another slot, another kind of a row of cards, which is also 1 card for our effect cards. And then on this side, either here or here, I want to do God card, and here or here, the Edict. So if we take a look at that, and we try and kind of mimic it in the game, that is going to look like... Let me put some stuff away. Damn it, my voice is actually not okay. I do want to work with color. I think making bands based on a color is going to be helpful. So if you do edicts, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is even, so that's kind of annoying. Right. Because we're playing on an even field. So maybe we should say 6 on a field just to be able to mirror it. Okay, so that, and then we'll have, these don't mix, right? No. Oh, that's useful, because then I can, if I wanted to, have 3 cards with 1 row above it for our play or for our followers. That kind of looks okay. Now, what I've also thought about is if we change the followers to depots in the floor, they kind of float, right? So if you then put a card on it, oh, they don't float. Never mind. But then you can read them though. There was something that it's the pedestal, right? But I don't think you can put the pedestal. Oh, you can. So that could work, because then we can put pedestal here. Play our follower card. Let's say a dock worker right there. Right, and then we can put the machines behind it. I'm gonna use item frames for now. We can always change it to placards when we want. But this would be a lineup. And then we could add a machine. Let's say that is a dock worker is an Irolis card. So let's say we do that. That would take us 3 fate to play, but also I don't like that. For instance, this would then negate any effects. So anytime I attack with my dock worker, anytime I attack, they can't block or negate the damage that card does. That's kind of the idea, right? So we have our main follower right here, and then we have the machines attached to it. Over here, we'll have. Do I want to do 6? That's 8. Maybe we do 8 like so. Yeah, that's okay. You can play up to 8 effects. That seems okay. So you do 8 effects, 6 followers, and then we can have our. I kind of want to have the deity up, like so. So this would be your deity card, and this would be an edict if you had an edict. And then I think that's pretty much it. What are we thinking, chat? So your deity card you would play even before the game. This is just letting people know what deity your deck is following, basically. Right? This is not something that you have to draw. That's always played at the start of the game. Now, whenever you draw an edict, you can play it over here. And that's a type of card that is always in play until you play your next edict or until somebody destroys it with an invocation or something. Do that. Now the only problem I'm having is that these are like not. I like that they're not full blocks, but I need a way to kind of, you know, get rid of that shine through. But that kind of, yeah, that kind of works. and I think from the opposite side. That's also pretty cool, because you can see how many like that. Just seeing them like twirl, it's pretty cool. And then we would have this like so. Like so, right? Let's put some of this stuff underneath, just so it doesn't feel like they're floating. Then we would have a middle line, and then we have the other side over here. Okay, I'm gonna grab first of all pedestals, so we can put those over there, and then go into our create building blocks. We can actually work with colors, because we could do like a yellow red team. Let's do that. Let's do or a white. I'm gonna do deep slate for now. Like so. Then we do blue. Go out one on this side, and that's about it. Okay, let me do pedestal here, pedestal here. Item frame. I want to do placards. I want to see if placards is better. See, the thing is, I don't really like them. I can see why people like them, but I don't. I feel like they look good on a wall, right? They don't look good on the floor to me. Right? So is there anything else that holds an item in display? Do we have shelves already? Because if we have shelves, that would fix that. Are there display cases? No. I do want to figure that out though, if I want to do display cases or not. Okay, I don't have... Okay. Don't have those yet. Maybe in here somewhere, because we have the colors. That's not going to help us. Because it's the design of the placard. The placard is really designed to be put on a wall, not on the floor. Any tips locating Viridium? Just you dig, dude. Big caves, yes, that's a good one though. But big drill, go straight for it. That's kind of it. Sometimes like stony beaches and stuff will have surface Viridium, and then also stony peaks, but most of the Viridian, most of the create blocks you're gonna find is through caving. They're a pain to get though. I want to add recipes for them in this world. You have these, but these can't display an item. It's not what we're looking. They wouldn't be easy to get, and I wouldn't make them with. So if you look at Viridium, if you crush Viridium, you get copper, right? And so I don't want to make an easy copper farm. I don't want to make an easy copper farm, Because this is a lot of copper that you get from Viridium, right? 80% chance of getting crushed raw copper and a nugget. So what I would do is have the recipe require more copper than you get from it. Because I think that's like, you know, it's not worth putting in an ingot of copper if you only get 1 nugget back. The same for like ochre for gold, lapis, redstone, stuff like that, iron. So you would have to have established a metal farm already for to have these work, but that's future problems. That's future problems. That's as we go. What can hold items in display? I got ochre coming out of my ears. See, I had the opposite problem where I had a lot of iridium on just create and then no ochre. Does this work? Can I put... No, that's only liquids, right? Because if I can put cards in jars, that's a display case right there. So they can store bowls, bottles, buckets. I should be able to edit that, right? I feel like we should be able to edit that and make this be a display case as well. Can you, with Cube.js, can you edit existing Cube.js wiki tips and tricks? No. Tutorials. Block modification. That's chat events. Char from supplementaries? Yes. Being able to put the card in the jar would be great for like a display case. Example, no. Right clicked event. It's cancelable. Custom tiers, no. Item modification. No, that's stack sizes and stuff. I don't see. I don't see. Cube.js doesn't support supplementaries. Oh, okay, never mind then. Never mind. Cages. I don't know what a cage is. I assume it's just to catch animals. What's another good display block? Outside of an item frame. Pedestal, but we're already using the pedestals. I want something different for the placards. I don't like the item frames. I also don't like the placards. I feel like the placards, they're just not meant to be on the floor. So I want a different item for that. And I don't know what. Have an item shelf. You can make the cards placeable. I know, but that's kind of not. Would they be flat on the wall or not? You know. Also, do you not need a block for? Do you not need a block model for it to be placeable? These don't have a block model. These only have a an item. I don't have a block model for them. You can do it. I don't really I don't have experiences with models, and I want this to function first before we start expanding the ideas. Because it's all cool and all, but I want to make sure that this is playable and actually is fun to play before I start investing way more time than I've already done. I've already put in so many hours into this project, and I don't even know if it's gonna work. So, yeah. It'll work. Yeah, but it still needs to be fun to play. Okay, that is all. That looks pretty good actually. I still don't like the placards. There have to be more blocks that you can place an item into. It would have been so good to have shelves at this point, because those hold 3 items. You could make this a real compact board. Okay, don't like those. No. Do you have anything in here that holds an item? Do cutting boards hold items? Wait. That might actually be... Okay, so that I like way more than what we have already, so I'm gonna keep that in mind. What else do we have? Because then you could also introduce like a knife. No, okay, never mind. But that, yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah. I would place them so the handle faces away. What else do we have? We've got those. Those don't really do anything for us right now. Same. These are all building blocks. Nothing in here. These have new placards, but then they have the same problem as the normal placards, which is not what we want. Then we're already at the end. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do cutting boards. Can I make are cutting boards only out of spruce? Or is that something I can make out of oak wood and stuff as well? No, I know, no, but the color. Can I change the color of a cutting board? I like it better. It's still not my favorite, but I like it better. All these solutions are too bulky. They're too big. They're too big. No, it's only that one. Solutions are too bulky. I want them to inhabit less space on the board. Does this actually do anything, or is this just purely decorative? Wait. Wait. What if? Wait. What if we change the pedestals to those little statues? And then we can give them our cards, right? As our little, because we're portraying these as followers, right? So why not do that? And then we can give a follower card to them. Oh yeah, dude, I like that a lot actually. And then we can change these to pedestals. And then they're flat, right? But they're still distinct, and you kind of put a card next to it. What are we thinking? Do we like it? Do we like it? We play a card. Boom. We play another card. 2, 3. I don't like it. I kind of like the little guys. Is there a way to interact with them, to change their poses? No. Okay. It is a very gray board, though. Because these would have to be changed to pedestals as well. But I like this better than the other side. With the... Yes. I think we have a winner for now. So I'll get this in place. And then I'll mirror this thing over here as well. And then we can start doing some design work, make it look better. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. We want that to be 1 block away from there, so that's okay. And then we want it to come over here a little bit, so that's mirrored on center, which is good. And this block matches over there. Good. Good. Alright, that gives us a kind of a feel of the size of the board. We can always change the things that hold the items to change the feel of the board. If we wanted to make it, if we wanted to look more fancy, we can use all the statues and stuff. If we want it to be simpler, we can use the item frames. If we wanted to. I don't know if I want to, but you know. It's good for future measures. The only thing that you need is stuff to hold things in place. I do like a good white line, so I'm gonna keep that in. Like so. Kind of separate the player area from the playing area. I like the shape of it so far, which is good. A good sign. Okay. Getting somewhere. I don't mind it. Rather, I actually like it. I do like the idea of the lines continuing up the wall. So maybe we introduce some pillars in here. As one does, you know? I like that so far. And then we'll add in a couple of things. I want to see, can I put these, can they float? They can float, which is good. Because I want to see if I can put, so first of all, we want to do these. Get rid of those blocks, both sides, of course. And then we'll put a, where you at? Where you at? You, this guy. One of these on here and on here. We'll do the same over here and over here. And then we'll bind a display link to them. Where you at? There you at. There you go. This guy. We'll do static test component. That's fine. Because then we're saying what deck and what the card, what the edict is in play. But just people can remember what they're playing. Now I do want to see what it looks like here, because we've sunken the floor a little bit. Is that very it is very obvious. But if we, I think if we did that, it's going to be less obvious. Yes. We also, technically, we could make this guy longer. So if I did that, and then I go on top of it for it to be a double tall guy, it's gonna be way less obvious, I think. Let's link that guy up here. It's still pretty obvious, but that's good. Okay, let's do that. Link it to this guy. Link that guy to this guy as well. And there we go. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna keep Deep Slate on the bottom, just as like a backing color, basically. Just to kind of hide all the imperfections. Like so. And we'll do the same on this side eventually. Because that's gonna hide a lot of that shine through, or that, how do you call that? The little light that comes through the gaps. So and then we have you in here. And then we can play with colors on the actual side of the field. Okay. There we go. Yeah, so far, so good. Suggestion, move the statues back so that the cards behind them. The thing is, you make a board behind the player. What? The players are moving around, right? Their place doesn't matter on the board. The thing is, we have so I need to be able to see what cards are in action for. I know what cards I put down here, right? I want to see where he put cards. Wait. Or make a board, or like using the display. Oh, yeah, but that's quite difficult. The thing is, here's the thing. You don't have to tell okay, you have to tell them what cards you're playing, but you don't have to tell people what you're putting over here. Effect cards do not have to be announced. You can just, you know how in Yu-Gi-Oh you can play a card face down so that people don't know what it is. And these are just cards that affect this guy over here. So if you look at our cards, we have our follower cards, which are the blue ones. And let's say we have a rune-bound student, and we want to kind of raise his attack. We can give him this guy, for instance. So we would play our follower cards on line 1, so that way we know, oh, there's a card in play over here. And then let's say I want to give him an attack boost. We can play this guy behind it, right? The yellow cards are never going to be played on the first line. They're also not that important. They're additions to your follower. So that's kind of what I would do over here, right? And then invocations and relics, the purple and the red cards, would be played on this line and don't have to be announced. You can relics. I mean, relics do have to be announced. You can, if you play a purple card, you would have to go, okay, I'm playing Iced Sigil. That means that for the next 5 turns, whenever a machine activates, all my Virillia followers gain an attack point. Now the red ones are invocations. You can play them. You can activate them at any time, even if it's not your turn. So, let's say I do an ending turn, and I'm starting my turn. I can activate it, which means picking it up, throwing it in the trash pile, and then I get another turn. Right? That's kind of what those are gonna do. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Kind of like it though, this way. Kind of like it. Now, what I do want to do, and that's why I checked why they could float, is I do want to announce the followers. But I think it's not going to look really all that nice, because you're just going to see the bottom of this guy, display link. Because we can have like a little... We can have like a little guy sitting on the floor. Can I not put that on the back? You know? You can have a little guy sitting here, but it's gonna take up a lot of that. It's just gonna take up a lot of that. Also, you can't really put them next to each other, which is also annoying. You can put them like this, but again, that doesn't look all that... maybe not the worst, but it's also not that great. I also thought about doing Nixie tubes, because we have the fancy ones. Where are they? But these also really bad, because you can't place them next to each other. Right? Those would have worked on the ceiling though. If you had a ceiling or like a beam reaching around, you could have placed these and have like a per player or per card kind of thing. You could have done this, but that doesn't, because they're like on 2 rows. I don't think they look that great. Large Nixie tubes, again, if they're in a row, they act as a Nixie tube. So these are all connected. You can't play them or you can't control them differently, which is annoying. But hey, you know, if I do that, put that guy up here. Ooh, that's not great. That ain't great. Yeah, look, that doesn't work. Doesn't work for me. I think I'm just gonna do this for now, and then we can always design new fields in the future. If we get some more mechanics in here, or maybe even custom blocks for the mod, we can always do. Use the ADV displays. What's an ADV display? What's an ADV display? Advanced display. These guys. The thing is, they're bulky. Don't I like the view of them on this because they kind of fit with the block and it kind of matches, but I think too many displays is not good. Right? Was there a mobile? I mean, yeah, but that's a navigator. You can't. This is for train stuff. That's for train stuff. I think I'm just gonna keep this. We'll kind of play with this for now, and then I'll figure out after I've done some test plays. I'll figure out other things that we can do. Now let's grab a wand. What is gonna be a good, like, you know how most of the time they separate it in color? You have an one side in one color and the other one in another color. Because we have all of these, so blue would be an option. We could do like a blue-yellow field. Right? We could do a blue and a yellow field. A red and a purplish. We do crimsite, but we don't really have. Oh, we do have. Is it? No, it's not this mod. It's this mod adds more blocks. Hello, Brutal Brannick. Welcome in. How you doing? I like this red better than the crimsite. And if you combine that with a black, maybe that could work. We're just gonna find a couple combinations for now. I don't like the heavily textured ones. I want it to be rather smooth. This might also work, by the way. That in combination with maybe a duller brown. Show using the JI. I mean, it's the same. It's just they're all in different mods, so you could do create, right? Then you're gonna get all the create blocks, but. I find JEI for item selection less ideal. The problem with crimsite is it's one of those blocks that is, again, quite heavily textured. Definitely in its you see how this red is way more. It's still there's still a texture, but it's way more dull than this. Redstone? No. Redstone blocks, no. We can look into chip though. They have some cool blocks. There's chipped. Because they've got like the overlapping stuff. With crimsite constant and see raw meat after true. Yes, that's also true. Let's see, what kind of block do we have? Because we have all the planks, so we could do like a purplish if we wanted to. But most of all, within the stones, you have a bigger palette. So if I wanted to do purplish, we could do like a cut purple polished rose card blocks, but those aren't those tiles. Ew. No. I don't like them. That's horrible. Talk about a texture. No. I don't like it. So let's say we do purple on one side. Polished rose quartz too. Let me find what I'm looking for first, and then I'll take a look at that. So we do have all of these. The thing is with terracottas, I think terracottas are going to be our best friend for this, because they're just texture. There's no, look at it. It's simple, but it works. Simple, but it works. If we're talking stuff like this. Ooh, wait a second. Kind of like that combination. I don't mind this combo either. Because you have to think you kind of have to think of the white line in between. That's also pretty good. And these also connect up, so that would be like a... I feel like that would be a nice texture underneath. Let's see. Rose. These are the only rose quartz that I have. And then you've got a lamp, but that's about it. You also have these overlapping tiles in most colors, and these are also pretty cool. As like a ground texture, so I might go overlapping tiles, and then we do a... Let's keep it simple for now. We don't have overlapping tiles in wood, though. But we do have other options. To overlapping tiles. I'm always a fan of a good deep slate. Well, that's basalt. A good deep slate tile. I know it's basic, but oh well. And then let's just keep it simple for now. Let's do a red and a black side. We can always, again, we can make more boards if we want to. Let's do slash, oh, I want a second position, slash replace light blue wool with chipped overlapping deep slate tiles. There we go. And then we'll do the same over here with netherrack tiles. We'll change this to be like a uniform color, whatever. Okay, dude, I like the red black color combo so much though. It's so good. And then for this wall, I feel like we should either go generic, like a normal color, so we fill in all the blanks basically with that. Because this would be honestly, these would probably be like VIP seats at this point. You know, like the Emperor box in the Colosseum or in an amphitheater. You would have an Emperor's box. This would be your Emperor's box. So, and then we'll have to cut these out, of course. Let's expand this one. Just so we have enough space for all the redstone. Thunderstruck. Thunderstruck. Okay. So that would be our side. And then I would probably... I don't know. Do I want this to be like some sort of an oval? An oval would be fun. Right? This is our middle line, so we want to aim for this while still keeping it oploid. Is oploid a word? I feel like we need to either go earlier or maybe do that. That's better. That is better. So we do 4, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 3, 2. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 3, 3, 2. Okay, that did not match up. Why? What did I do wrong? Where did I miscalculate? Oh, right. I'm not anticipating for the actual box. So I need to aim for 1, 2, 3, 6 blocks depth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which should meet up. Nope. 7. Okay, so that kind of works. It's 1, 2, right? See, this is why I like shapes, because once you add another shape to a thing, it looks completely different. Which is good. And then we meet up in the middle. Would you look at that? And then these are gonna be where like the stands are, right? So the worst stands you could have are like right here. Like right here. Because you can't see half the board. But these are pretty good. And then these would be our emperor boxes. Meaning that either family or stuff or like good friends could stand here and watch the board from the best position. From the best position. Now we just need to figure out what we're doing with the blank space, so all the blue stuff basically. Because if I could finish this up today, like the entire design of the arena, I can make an episode on that. That's a quick build. I can make an episode on that and some of the rules. While I work on the recipe stuff. Because I have an idea on, like, I know how to make the factory for the cards. The only problem is I don't have dies yet in game, or I don't have an automated die selection yet, which is what we need. to be able to produce cards. Plus, I'm not sure if I like the items we use for now. I want to change the secondary item because we're now on an attack base, so all of these cards that are played in here, in this part of the game, are in the same recipe, and then all of the cards that are played on the back line are in the same recipe. Yeah, but flower farms only get you so far, right? Right? If you need gray dye, you can't. There's no good flower farm for gray dye. So that I'm still working at. I like this though. I like the shape of it all. We can put some cool designs in the floor to kind of accentuate the shape a little bit. I need a dye factory. Same, dude. Same. I don't know. What color do we want to... do we just go classic stone? Classic gray? Or we could do... andesite is quite muted as well. Definitely in chipped, it's quite muted. So we could do an andesite, like a simple andesite blank floor. No heavy textures, no difficult like block to work with, and make the arena really pop. Right? No, see again. Already, I don't like the cubism and the site. I want something like the overlapping tiles, but not exactly. I know I'm demanding, but I think this might actually work. See, it's simple, but I think that'll work because it's gonna add that extra border. Like brick bordered andesite. Okay. Let's just change it. Let's just do it. Let's just cut the crap and do it. Boom. Bum. Brick. Oh, that's not how you spell brick. Brick bordered andesite. I think, okay, maybe with the fact that there's a lot of stone textures or a lot of gray textures on the field, maybe this doesn't work as well. Right? Maybe we want to go away from that at all. Maybe we want to go... I do like that there's a border. So, what if we look at brick bordered? What kind of textures do we have? Tough is also going to be same. I think tough is going to have the same problem as the andesite. Could go mud. Could go clay for a little bluish tint to it. Hello, Bench Gaming. Welcome in. How you doing? What if we do sandstone? Just, you know. Let's try sandstone. No. No. That, if you're ever wondering, is it a good color palette? If that's your reaction, Probably not. Probably not. We have different textures though. Maybe go in and take a look at like the planks and stuff. There you go. I don't think those are winning numbers, by the way. Those are not winning numbers. Oh yeah, no, you're far off. Like, not even close on any of the numbers. What if we look at this stuff? Let's try weathered limestone. Oh, no, wait, it's D and decor. Layered limestone. You know what? I feel like that's not too shabby. Color palette wise, I feel like that's pretty good. I feel like that's pretty good. And then these are gonna be within the colors of the field as well. I just don't know the texture yet. D&D? Yeah. Yeah. D&D. No, design and decor. That's a mod and their tag is D&D. Right, so if we did that, and then we look at our netherrack again, we do a lot of cut netherrack maybe, and add like a sprinkling of some bricks in there. Flash place, probably should do. Okay. Cut, netherrack, boom. I know it's very smooth right now. I'm just gonna add in some of these while we can. I don't want to do it at random on this small of a scale. See, that's not too shabby, right? That's pretty cool, I would say. There you go. And then we do need to kind of give a solution to this. Well, we could do ghost blocks probably. So that it still looks like a line, but we can still open the chest. There we go. And then we'll put a copycat board in front of these. So we just have that. There you go. There you go. What are we thinking? Chat. Are we liking it? Are we liking it? I like it so far. So far. And then this would be flash place, light blue wool with create cut leaf slate. Hope it gets you help. Grab some of those. Do this. That's how. There you go. We'll probably change the casings on these to kind of fit the vibe a little bit more, but so far so good, I would say. Just gonna kind of hide that a little bit. Okay. Oh, I do need a coin flip. I do need to make a coin flip. Also, we need a way to track the amount of faith a player has. So if we could use the board over here to track it, and then have the actual tracker below. Let's figure out a way. Let's figure out a way that we can reduce, or a system that reduces faith. We want at least 10, right? So what I would do when we do that is start with a barrel. We need a way to read out first. So I think threshold switch and then smart observer on the threshold switch. Is that how you do it? Or is it just this guy? Give me any display for now. We can always change that later. List of amount of matching items. Right? Because then it's 0. That is an option, right? I would probably use like a Nixie tube or something, and then we need a way to drain this, right? So what I probably would do as a system is have a dropper instead of a barrel. So then we can just power this. And then we need to, now it gets difficult, right? So every time I end my turn, which I'm probably gonna add like a button. There's gonna be a lot of buttons. But a player's gonna have to end his turn to reset the other player's fate. And to do that, we wanna add one more faith into the mix, so we're gonna do Oh God. That's God. Okay. Wait a minute. That's gonna be a lot more difficult than I thought it would be. So at the start of the game, we want there to be 2 items in here, right? Boom. We can only go up to 8, right? And so we would have those in here. Right, and then so at the start of a turn, we just fire this guy, and we get another thing. The problem is now that we have this, right? Wait, no, wait, no, this is gonna work. We just need to reset the system, have filtered items. So let's say we have 8 of those, and then 2 of those, and then 8 hoppers. And 2 barrels. 2 are our base stats, and then these are our hoppers, right? Then we can do... hello, Wicked. Welcome in. How you doing? You can do that. Very simple. I have not used any rotational power, which I want to keep that way if I could. And I probably could if, yeah, we do barrel here. And then every time we get... So every time we start a turn... So right now we're at 2, right? That's our base thing. So we can play a Fate 2 card again. If you look at our cards, everything has a faith value to it. So for instance, we could play either an Arena Challenger, or we could play 2 Arcane Scribes with 2 faith, right? Now at the start of my turn, my next turn, so the moment the other player presses his end turn button, we fire this guy, which should update this to 3. Boom. Now we have 3 fate. Great. And then every time I play a card, I kind of just go, okay, I play 1 Arcane Scribe, that means 1 faith. It diminishes 1 faith. I play a there's no way to really let's say I play a Wallhorn Scout, which is 2 fate. I need to click this guy 2 times to diminish my faith. Yeah, okay, they're just looping. And then we power this guy to stop it from looping. One, 2 should go to 1 and 3. Then we can also, this is if you're ever in create and you want this to update a lot faster, you go boom, we unpower it, it's gonna fill up again. I think that's our system. And then it's our next turn, so that the other player goes end turn, boom, got 4 now. And then we can play. I think that's our system. So we need to work this way in here, and then we need to just kind of have... I kind of want to go large Nixie Tube. I kind of like the vibe of it. Right? Just there. I can Fate. Boom. Also, why did that not... Ooh. That's why that not worked. That's what we should be hearing. Boom. Okay, let's see if this... let me do that. This is just a test run. We go, boom, amount of matching items. Why is that mirrored? Is the way you place these important? It is, okay. 4, 3. Wait, what? Was that 3 mirrored? Also, why is it going up? Huh? No, they're mirrored, dude. Force fun. Are they mirrored? Do I not know my numbers? No, that 3 is definitely mirrored. That's a 5. That's not a 2. That's a 2. But why in the freaking way is the 4 mirrored? What's up with Nixie Tubes, dude? Okay. So, Nixie Tubes, not the way to go. I mean, we could go normal Nixie Tubes. I hope those will still work. And they still have that cool effect. I think it's the font. 3. Can I put them on the... No. Okay, that's... And it's pretty obvious from here how much fate they have. Good. That's good. Good. So let's hide this underneath here for a second and also intertwine it. And then figure out where we put the end turn button. If I'm here, right, I have 3 buttons already. I've got draw from deck, draw from graveyard, return my cards, which honestly I probably could move to this side somewhere. I also could move the chest to that side to kind of clear up this middle area, which we might actually do. Because it is it's not that simple of a setup, but we could move it to this side and have that chest sit like right here, right? Just so it's kind of out of sight, out of mind kind of thing. So let's do that. Let's have you sit here. Boom. And then we'll make our little train. Boom. And then the only thing I need to do is move it over there, which again, I don't want to use rotational power. So how are we doing that? We are doing that using item drains. There we go. Barrel. Input, output, input, input, output. There you go. So that's should work now. And this still returns, that button would still return our deck, which we probably could also move that button to over here somewhere. How much space do I have behind this wall? Not too much, but probably enough. No, that's going to interact. Probably enough to hide a button right here. And then I need it to interact with this line over here. Because the moment I get to here, we're good. So if I go right here, we go down first. That, I know that's going to interact, but oh god. No. No. There you go. Fix that. Then we'll do that. Go here. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom. So now if I put anything in this vault, doesn't really matter what it is, this should be returned to us safely. Good. That's good. Now if I put anything in here, this should be held for now, and then the moment I drain, so I hit this button, this should all be drained now, hopefully. Yes, look. And then it's just gonna just fire a little. Okay, so that already clears this up a lot, which I like. So I'm gonna do that as well over here, and I'll move it to, I'll just mirror it on the other side. Boom. And then I'll hook that up later. So we're gonna get rid of these, basically. That allows us, I can't really put buttons over here on the thing, but I can put buttons over on the floor. So I could put an end turn button there, or I could have another station and have 2 more buttons there. I'm just thinking, like, okay, because I need drop faith and end turn, right? And then it would make more sense for the faith to be there, and then this would be end or turn. Yeah, I think that's the better way to do it. Okay, now we need to set up the faith machine. So let's grab a little vault. We'll set it to the side over here. Doesn't really matter what it does or where it is. Okay, let's do you. Over here we'll do this guy fires this way, this guy fires that way, this guy goes in here and goes around. You are going to be powered. I mean, we could power it from this side as well with one of these, which is going to just make it easier to either time that and keep that off a little longer. That is going to do that, right? And then we could do that, fire that once. Boom. And there we go. That's our reset, basically. Oh, that's our end turn point. And then depleting a system is just going to be that, or a thingy is just going to be that. That's just going to hook up a button to this guy. I don't want to use too much wireless, but I am going to use wireless redstone for this. It's just going to make it a little cleaner and a little nicer to have. Now I do need a way, and maybe I'll do that last, to reset the entire system. In the sense that I need to drain all of this, right? I need to drain all of this into the vault, and then it's gonna let it like reset itself. Which probably shouldn't be that hard, right? It's mainly having a thingy, right, that does that. Okay. And then have some normal hoppers. Just I don't want them to be powered. That one shouldn't be powered by this. So that's good. And then we just add you right here, and I don't think that's gonna work. Yeah, no. I should have known. I mean, I could also just put a block over here and have you just lock these. So now if I put in an item, it should stay, and then if I turn this off, the item, let's say, okay, let's try this out, right? Let's say I have 8 pieces of you, right? And then 2 base pieces of, let's say, redstone. I fired this guy a couple of times. Right, so that now placed... Oh, never mind. Oh, I'm stupid. Because that is powering that guy, so we don't want that. We want you to be... We want these guys to be powered. Oh, what did I break? Oh. This is the process, people. I know it's not the most interesting stuff, but it is the process, and we have to like the process. Otherwise, we don't get game out of the process. Do that. That. Which still should lock. And now everything's in here probably. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so we'll filter on the redstone here. We'll filter on you over there. And so now to reset our system, we have you here. You here. Let's say we've ended our turn a couple of times. Boom. Oh, we probably should use this guy. We've ended our turn a couple of times. We have 4 items now. If I turn this guy off right here, all of those should have drained into the hopper, and that's why we want to delay this a little bit so it has time to... Oh, that's not good actually. That's not good. That's no good. I want the hopper to be separate from the system, because the hopper holds more items than it should. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of you for a second. We are gonna get rid of all the items in here for a second, and we're gonna replace that hopper with some of these guys. Hold on, chat. We're cooking. We're working on it. I'm gonna make sure that this works. Because now I can, if I wanted to, if I want to use less hoppers. We can do that. We can do this. Have another funnel, or another chute, I should say, here. And then we can still use the same setup. Or at least a similar setup to make sure that this works. Because now I do think these give signals, or these pass through signals. At least I want to hope that they do that. If they do, that'd be great. Damn it. Okay, not an option. Not an option. Let's see. I don't want to lock up that middle hopper, so we're probably just gonna go outside then. Bulk it up a little bit. There you go. And then we'll set this to like 10 ticks, which should be more than enough to get rid of 10 items. 2 of these. 8 of these. Fire this guy a couple of times. That works. Now we train this. See, this is the problem, right? It's letting through items. And now we're also powering this guy, which we don't want to do, so I'm gonna replace you real quick for a slab. Okay. So no item. Right, there's one in there. God damn it. But we should have 8 items in here. 10 items in here. Let's try this again. So now it's 4 and 6. Okay. 8 and 2. There we go. It's reset. It has reset itself. So that would be the reset game, but I'm putting this in the middle because I probably want to put it in the middle as well, somewhere in here. Or maybe to the side, like there. It would make more sense to have it over here, though. Because, you know, we have access to it then. We can just directly power this guy. Like that. A button. Set you to 10. What time is it? 9. Okay. We can keep going. 2 and a slab. Now I'm just gonna mirror this on this side, connect these up so that they both are powered like so. Okay, and then this guy is going to this side, and this guy is going to that side. Gotta make sure we are going in the correct direction. Dun, 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 dun. 10 ticks. Okay. That is good. Now we need to set up this system on top. So, bolt goes right here. We go. This is our 10 and 2. 2. Uh, 8 and 2, I should say. Okay, let's do that. One more here. Then it's just a bunch of these guys. There you go. That should be the entire system. So to reset the system, we go boop. Oh, can we do boop? We're resetting the system. Good. No items in here. No. Good. And then it's 8 and 2. 8 and 2. I do need. Okay. This might be troubling. But I'm gonna have to power this, but also I need a display link on this guy. Or a not a display link. I need this guy on him. So we're gonna have to do that, which is then powered. I don't like that. Ooh. What if we get rid of this guy, right? This, and we just go boop. We just go boop. That's fine, right? I mean, we do wanna do that. There we go. So that's gonna be our readout, and then we'll figure that out as well. Get rid of all of these. You go right there. And then we have to do display links, which means Nixie tubes. Also, probably should do that. Display links right here. Okay. Amount of matching items. And then the same over on this side. Okay, we're getting somewhere, right? We're getting somewhere. And we can get rid of this example over here. Just one, it's a bit ugly. So, then okay, let's clean up this side first. Let's re-rig this guy. So what I'm gonna need is a lot of you, and I think that's about it. Get rid of this column. Open up this. Oh, I need a packager. Boom. Why are you? Is that? Oh, that might be problematic. This might be problematic because this is very tight. I might actually be able to squeeze it in. Probably should have done this before, but this might work. Yeah, okay, good. That works. And then we need to rig up the redstone as well. That's fairly simple. We've already done that once. We go like so, and then we get rid of all of this stuff. We go in here. We avoid connecting to this redstone line over here. And we go like so. The rate goes home. And that should now fire our system. It's up and running. There we go. And then we close this up. Then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab for my redstone links. I'm gonna go by color, and then we're then gonna do Nixie tubes for 1, which is gonna be the draining of the system. Let's do that first. I think that's this one, yes. We're on the red side, so we're gonna go U right there, and then Nixie tube right there. And that is me taking down one of those. So this one over here. It's you, and then you, and then we put you on the receive. That would mean we have 2 now. If I hit this, we should have 1, 0. Yes. Good. Then the other one is going to be end turn, which is going to be, again, red brick. What in here dictates an end of turn? Oh no, it should be red here. Let's use, you know what, let's just use this guy. There we go. Oh, and that should be the black one, because we're ending the turn on the other side. So, Nixie tube on the left. Let's do that. These are all both going to be black. Then Nixie tube here. You go there. Reset system is this one. This one's the red side. Like so. And then the fire. This guy is going to be a black Nixie tube. Okay, that should work. So now we're at 0 here. And if I end my turn here, those should raise, but do 3. Yes. I am going to force update this. I'm gonna force update these because that way we get faster updates. There you go. Good. And then if I click this button, we drain 1. Oh. And then we can reset over here. That's upping to 3. And then if we reset the entire thing, those are going to go to 0 and then it should reset to 2. Hey, there we go. There we go. I feel like that's pretty good. I feel like that's pretty good. Boy. Let's grab some cool item not item frames. What are they called? Signs. Because we have red signs and we have dark gray signs, which would go well with our backgrounds. Oh, right. Right. You could put them over here, but that's kind of, you know, that's kind of annoying. We could go here and here, right? Let's try that. Is this gonna be way too red? Nah, they gonna work. Why am I doing this? It's just so I can name the buttons. Right, I can go draw from deck, which probably could put that up here, and kind of level everything. Same for these. Something's constantly checking something. Wait, oh, is that my music? Oh, that's my music. I was like, I hear like things going through funnels, but it's a sound in the music. Okay, I think we're at a point where this board is pretty functional. Right? Now we just need to kind of build something around it. Which we're gonna start off with wool again. Because I want to raise this by like 3-ish blocks. And then we'll have seats on this. Right. Okay, this is gonna go into the fancy part of town, so we want it to be a little on the fancy side. But it isn't gonna go in like the center of the district, so it doesn't have to be. No, we want it to be fancy. Fancy and big. You know what I should probably do is figure out how big I want this backdrop to be. Right? Because we could have some fun with this, where we kind of bring this up into a bit of a dome. What I'm going for here, right? If you know what Emperor's if you go and take a look at like old amphitheaters, you always have this one spot that's it's got a better view. This is do we have one? No, not really. Also, it's always a bit better. Oh, right here. Right, that's what I'm going for, or maybe even these. You know, where it's like sticky outy bits into the seats. So we'll have that over here. This will be like a balcony type thing. And then we can dome it out. Dome it out. There you go. New verb. A new term. Sure, why not? Just to make sure that we're on the same level on the other side, we're gonna. This is temporary. I probably don't want to have this the same color as the walls, but and then from here on out, we're gonna have seats. I think starting at this level. So now we want to figure out what the outer perimeter of this arena is gonna be, because this is the inner perimeter, right? We want to figure out how wide this part is gonna go. And a lot of that is gonna be determined by how wide we want this to be. I think something along these, this is fine. And so having this be like one walking space, one seat, one walking space, one seat, one walking space, one seat, one walking space, one seat. I feel like that is gonna be sufficient, right? Yeah. And then we just continue that same pattern all the way up here, and we'll get our outer perimeter. The thing is, this is going to be a difficult turn to make. So I might actually go on this corner first. That's fine. The moment we get in here is where it's gonna get difficult. The wide side is easy peasy lemon squeezy. The difficult side is difficult. I don't know what another word for difficult is. So if I do 4 levels, right? We want this to go one further out. Again, these are the worst seats in the house, but oh well. Oh well. And then we want this to kind of feel like an amphitheater, an obloid shape. So if that also determines that I need to have an axis of turn. Oh god, I hate obloids inside of an obloid. Okay, so if we go here, we go out one more here, which, you know, it's not perfect, but we'll have to turn in here. No, we're turning in too early. Also, are we? Yeah, we are on the same level. Again, turn it too early. Feel like that is probably gonna look pretty good from the outside. Yeah. I say we stick with that, and then we'll bring this guy out a little more. As like an entrance, maybe. Okay. So now I just have to mirror that on the other side. Okay, so we have... So it's from this side, right? From this corner, it's 4, 4, 3, 3, 2. So we already have 1 4. We have another 4. We have a 3, another 3, a 2, and then I think it's a 1 1 2 2 2. Yes. 1 1 2 2 2. It should land us over here. Good. And then we try and fill this in as much by standard of 1. Always have like a 2 block depth, but you already see over here it's going to get a little on the difficult side. Overall, I think it's coming together though. Here is where things are going to get a bit off. It's fine. It's not the best, but it's fine. I think this is gonna be it. We do have to keep in mind this is the outer rim, right? So we want to keep it at least 2 blocks thick. So I think that's going to be that corner. Now, what are we thinking of that? I kind of like it. Its shape is okay for what it is. Okay, shape's okay. It's not perfect, but it's fine. Now we are going to have to mirror this. So 2, 1, 1, 3. So from here it's 2, 1, 1, 3. So 2, 1, 1, 3, 3, 3, 4. So this is another 3. Okay. Then the second one is 3. So 3. So, and then I think this one's 4. Let me check. 1, 2, 3. And we do 4, 3, 3, 4. Huh. Wait, that doesn't match up. Why does that not match up? Oh, because this is 4. I'm stupid. There you go. I cannot count. Numbers are not my... I can only count to 4, chat, not to 5. And that's it. And we just fill it in. No, wait. I do want to have... So 2, 2, 4. 2, 2. 4. We do 4, 3, 3, 4. 4, 3, 3, 4. Okay. Now we can fill in the gaps. Good. So, arena. Or at least half of an arena. And then I think at that point I do want a back wall. So I probably am going to erase this guy. Like so. Honestly, I might actually go double. Like a too thick wall. There we go. What if we raise this by 1? What if we raise this by 1? Because then it'll look a little more like an enclosed space. And then if we wanted to, we can add doors to this if we wanted to. Which probably we do want to. I don't know where. This needs to stick out by 1. I feel like this just needs to stick out. So we're making these bigger and bigger each time. But I feel like they should stick out. And then probably on this side, we would want like a little tower right? Which is kind of why I wanted a double thick wall. Because we want like a little tower that's acting as like a staircase, you know? And so that needs to be a 3x3. Also, I need to determine ground level. I feel like we should all bring it back down to here. So all of these should all come to this level. This is gonna be one big blue shape for a little bit, but it'll look better after that, I think. 3, 3, 2, 3, 3 again, 4, 4, and then this guy should match up perfectly. Nice. There we go. Now, let's get that filled in and we'll see what 1/4 looks like before we start building the entire thing. This is how this is what I do for bigger projects, is you kind of have to work in parts so that you're not spending hours on a build that you then end up throwing. It happens. It still happens, right? You still end up throwing things away. But if you're working in like in parts, like if we're working in quarters, or if we take a look at like how does 1/4 look, you should be able to kind of visualize. Oh, right. You should be able to kind of visualize what the entire thing is going to look like. You're not going to see the entire thing at once, right? You're not going to see it entirely at once. So it doesn't need to look good, or doesn't need to look perfect on all sides. Sometimes you just need to think this 1/4 looks good, and I'm only going to see, like if you're standing here, right? I don't see the backside, right? And then on the other side, I can do the same thing. Where it's like, okay, it's not matching up perfectly with the other side, but it looks good from this side, so. Okay, I do like how, I like the size of it all. I like that. I do want this one to stick out a little further. Just to make it known that that's not just a wall. Right, just like that one is. Maybe, yeah, maybe we make it stick out as far. I think this one's 3 out. Or what we could do, if we kind of fill in this wall, slash wand. We do that slash place air with light blue wool, and if we figure out where the middle is, which this is going to be even, annoying, I know, but it'll work. We'll work it out. But this is the middle. So what if we have a little sticky bit on this side, which is not going to be like very big, but big enough for an entrance. And it's also not going to go up that high, but just to break up this flat wall a little bit. And then we can get rid of you, replace, oh, air. Of course, this would all be filled in. Oh, I like the idea of having like a little window into the redstone. Sometimes you just gotta add a window into your redstone. You know? You know? We are going to... once we're done, we're going to add a rim around this entire place. And then we're going to fill in the ground. But that's once we've got like the full ring set up. Yeah, see that? That's better. That's better. Then over here, we could do the same for like a little entrance. But I like the idea of just having a door. A big door, but a door nonetheless. Yeah. I like the shape of it. Corner-wise. And then from the top, it looks good as well. So that's a win for me. That's so we can mirror this on this side as well. And then once we have that, I'm just gonna slice off the wing. Once we've built up this entire wing, I'm gonna slice it off and mirror it on the other side. So once we've got all the texture in and stuff. I mean, there's no redstone in the wing section, and we're gonna stay above the ground, so we should be good. We should be good. Go. I don't know how long it's gonna take us, but honestly, if I could get this done today, design-wise, so that I can just build it in the world, that'd be great. And I only need to really build one side, and then I can, like, for the board, for the explanation, I need to build one side. And then I can kind of just, you know, paste in the rest of the board. And then it's onto building the actual building. So I am gonna take a copy of this, get rid of all the decoration, and use that as a template for any future builders, builds, as a template for any future arenas that I build. Okay, so here we did a couple of additions. We made it come out 2 from that wall, right? So we made it come out like so. We went all the way down, and we filled in that wall, which we are going to do. Boom. Right. Then might as well, while we're here, fill in this part of the wall. Go like so. Boom. Box. and a box. Now, we did add another little box up here, which comes 3 blocks in and 4 blocks down. So 3 blocks in, 4 blocks down. And we made it 2 deep. Okay, look at that. Now, if you want a real view of it, look at that. That's gonna look good on the map, I think. Oh. Okay, let's. I think we're gonna do limestone for the bulk of it all. But we're gonna try and play around with some of this stuff. So, for instance, we're gonna have this line kind of continue through. Right, we'll do that. Like that, and then we'll go you, and we need to kind of do that. Replace light blue with create layered limestone. That should give us a little line which matches up with the rest. You and you. This is just so, you know, kind of looks good. Most of this is going to be hidden, you know. It's not going to be very clear, but from this side it's going to look better. And then I want to bring that same thing in here. Now we can do the same over here. And then use the pillars, right? So if I do you all the way up here, slash blaze, probably should just do that. Limestone, stone, pillar. Right, to just kind of mimic that box shape on either side. These are not going to match up. That's fine. That's fine. And then we'll have you with 2 doors. Or we do it the other way around. And we allow 2 smaller doors on the side with a bigger door in the middle. Which just kind of works. What kind of gives that Mediterranean vibe to it. We'll do the same over here. I'm leaving some space so I can put some decorations on here if I wanted to. That's gonna do that, and then we'll bring in the pillars again. Okay, now we are going to look over here. Do we like the fact that there's a line in the middle? I do kind of like that idea of having that line come in both at the top and at the... So if I do this all the way over here, right? I do like that, and then we can, if we wanted to, keep our level to here and bring in that same kind of tie it all together kind of vibe. Which is kind of nice. And then we could I can't really add windows to it though. Again, very much would help if I had a too thick wall, but let's not. Now I do need to... Oh yeah, I should have known. Let's get you to this guy / place create a layered limestone with light blue wool, because I don't want these guys to be wool. I just want the outer guy to be, yeah. So from this point, that looks good. And then I probably, just for the sake of it, would want a line over here. You know, kind of to separate those two segments, which kind of, yeah, that looks good. That looks good. Staircase wise, I'm gonna do a winding one. Now we want it to I forgot to ask how the weekend's going. Weekend's going well. They're doing a bit of construction next door, so it's been a bit loud, but overall doing pretty well. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make this too thick. That allows me for some decoration here. So that, and then I probably want to fill that in. And then we can have like a till. If we really wanted to, we can have like someone at the till over here for like entrance to the whole thing. Can I? In good group? No. Okay. So we'll have to have some sort of safety rail. Dude, that's actually a really cool view. Coming in here, that looks good. That looks good. That looks good, if you ask me. We'll fill these in. So, keeping in mind that a lot of this building is either going to be dolomite or limestone, I want some of the accents to be a bit darker. So if you look at the wall over here, right? If you look at the wall over here, we should be able to just kind of work in some I wouldn't say texture, but shape. Like we could take the... No, damn it. We can't take these because we have only one thick wall. Ooh, I'm a witch. A witch. Witch. Burner. 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 If I did that, right, and when we go all the way around, do I meet up perfectly over here? It kind of does. So that is possible. That's a possibility. I'll make it look smoother. Don't worry. But that is an option. These are... The problem is it's very... Ooh, you know what we could do? Instead of doing it this way, we could bring this line out one, right? Make it look a bit thicker. Gifted sub to Karigahut. I don't know if I read that name correctly. From Rachel. Look at that. And a wisdom. Oh god. Can you read it? Let me go into main cam. There you go. Beautiful words of wisdom. The sub is gonna go into the chart now. Okay. Okay. Because then we can simulate a too thick wall. Right? Which, oh, that, it's not the worst. I've seen worse. And then if I grab... Oh, my dad died? Does that kind of... Ooh. Well, I wish you the best. I know that's not an easy one to deal with. Try and be with your family and be there for each other as much as you can, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what they say about that. And if I did that, oh, ooh. Sure. Do I want those to be walls? I kind of do want them to be walls. It's okay. It's not the best, but it's okay. What if I do copycat walls? Because those are going to connect up to the wall. And I think that's going to... The problem is they don't look as good as a pillar. Right? I don't like how... How do I... What kind of walls do I have? Try these. Broke my right wing mirror. I think I like those better. Do I like this better than that? Which side do I like the best? Keep in mind, these would continue downwards. Right? These would continue downwards. And then if I wanted to add windows, I would only add windows in between those pillars. Also, I'm thinking, what if we just make them, because now there's a lot of those pillars, right? But what if we take out the middle one each time? And just allow for a little bit more space in between two of these. I almost like that better. I almost like that better. We could also go corners, right? Which is gonna look a little weird, but it might work. Let me show you what I mean with corners. We could also try use the vertical steps, and then I would use this guy and just kind of go whoop and down. Right? That would also be an option. I like that, but it's gonna get weird over here. Like over here, it'll be fine, right? Because it's just gonna allow us to still work within the walls that we have, right? Or in the partitions that we have created by the shape. Yeah, that kind of works. Let's do that. Yeah, I think that's the way to do it. And then over here we'll go middle of the two. I think that's gonna match up perfectly. Or at least gonna make it look like it kind of matches up. So we'll have one over here, and then I do 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, I would either have to do it here, which is, in my opinion, too close to that one, or here, which, ideally we'd have it over here. But can we? Can we just do this or this? Can only see, oh yeah, right. Okay, what are we thinking? it's not the worst, right? Some of the spacings are a bit off. Like this is fine where it gets wider. This would need to be not as wide. So I would want this guy to be either here. And then we would get rid of this guy. Oh, not that guy. So if you have one here, have one here. Right? How are we doing for this spacing then? Because I don't like that this one is set back. So if I do that one, and then I do put it in the core, I think that's gonna work out better. Yeah, that's better. That's a lot better, actually. Let's grab you again. Put you in there. Then we'll fill these in so that they actually connect to the wall. What are we thinking? Are we liking this idea? Do we like the idea, chat? Do we like the idea? You know what? Instead of doing that, I probably should take you. Can I see that from this side? No, that's good. And then over here we can do like some design if I wanted to. Maybe, ooh, maybe we add one of the flywheels in this side. It looks good. And then if we wanted to, we can always add like a couple of statues or whatever to the side. You know how on the Colosseum there's a lot of busts and stuff on the second, I think it's on the second atelier. I think no, it's on the fourth. So on the fourth and the fifth, you would have had a lot of. No, it's on the second and the third. Right. If you look at this, oh, I don't want to go to there. I want to. You would have had a lot of like statues and like emperors set in these. I don't know what they're called, but they're you know good. That's kind of what I'm going for. That's kind of what I'm going for. There we go. Let's fill these back in. I didn't like the idea of putting windows in here. And if I'm gonna do windows, I'm gonna use full block windows. And I probably want to do like not glass windows, but like bars, iron bars or something. Okay, now we're in thinking territory. Once we get to the end, so we don't want to put it on the end of the second of the two. We want to go one over and then same over there. Okay. So here. We don't want to put it over here. We're going to go one over. Same here. And then I think we're doing this. Yeah, so these are connected. And then we skip one. Go, okay. Good. Good. Skip one. We are gonna, unlike the cross sections, I do want to add some brass, and maybe even on the top edge. But the main building I want to keep very marbled. You know? Okay. Yeah, that's I like it. That's better. I do need you. Oh. I do need you to be a limestone pillar. Oh god. If only I could actually use whatever I want to use. There we go. And then we'll do the same over here. We'll go all the way down. And you know what? Let's go down the middle as well. Wait a second. That's not good. Oh, okay. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense actually. But okay, it works. There we go. Okay, adding the pillars in there is actually helping, adding some texture. So that is that, and then seat wise, we're gonna do. I don't know what slabs I want to use just yet. So we're gonna do slabs right there. Maybe we'll add. Maybe we'll add a small staircase in here as well, just at the back. Don't really need the last one. And then I don't do. Then I just don't do. Maybe I just don't do seats. Maybe I just leave it as is. What are we thinking? Are we doing seats? Do we want to give people seats? I know I want to give these people seats because these are the rich people, but. I don't know. Just want to see what this would look like. No, it's too. I like the depth on it, but maybe we could have like a little outsticking bit. Maybe this is where these come in. We do 3, do 3, and then a vertical, just a normal step. Hello, Jesse. Welcome in. How you doing? I'm doing pretty well. We're making a mini game. Well, we already have the mini game. We're kind of decorating it at the moment, in the hope that this will look good and that it'll be fun to play. So if I did that, we can, or we could, if we want to go really posh and really decorated, we could go full-on brass table covers. Looking good so far. Yeah, I'm kind of trying for a steampunky coliseum or a steampunky amphitheater, and I feel like so far not the worst. The thing is, I don't like the texture on top of the table covers. It's not my favorite, but it does kind of work for what I want it to be. And then over here we would have, I would say, 2 doors. This would be middle, right? You would have 2 doors. Well, not really a door, but more like openings. And then this would be your floor. This is for the posh people, for the rich people. So it needs to be a bit more fancy than the normal seats. Dude, I do still like the idea of adding like a window for the redstone. Let's get ourselves a floor in, because I think that is going to help us in the long run. So I'm just going to continue this. And we're going to get underneath. And do /fill in the core. Layered weathered limestone. Oh, of course, need to go 100. There we go. There we go, and then we're going to do the same over here. Just going to continue this real quick. Go. I'm probably not gonna have stuff in here. Maybe some smaller redstone, but I don't think I want people walking through the gallery. I think I want people to just be able to, maybe players. Maybe have like a player entrance in the gallery. I think that would make sense, but I don't think more than that would make sense. Oh, hello. Right, so if we go in here, we would have maybe a player entrance over here, but then that doesn't... Okay, maybe we redo the entire staircase. For the staircase to go up in a way that does work. If I go here, and we go up straight. mean, that would work. Technically. Boom. The only thing I'm afraid of is that if we're talking about like safety rails, because we are going to put some safety rails in here, probably want to use andesite for reasons. So we would want to have one up here and then a couple up here, like so maybe. So that if you come up, that kind of works. And you still get that grandiose feeling if you come up. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Because then I can separate this guy from this guy, and this could be like a player's entrance. Right? Which would end in a tunnel. And as long as we stay below the white line, we're good to go. That kind of works. That kind of works. Good times. Yeah. I mean, I do that though. Good. So that, and then we'll have another one on the other side. That's mirrored. Okay. I think we have a solid foundation. I think a lot of what now needs to happen is decoration. And then I think we're at a point where we can say main textures. How many blocks did I leave? 3. And that is 4 blocks tall? Yes. There we go. Grab you. And grab you. Oh, and then we'll have to once we've got colors in, like the main textures, we're gonna go and see if I can put this schematic wise in the world to kind of see where we would put this in the world. Basically, I don't like this though. I do feel like for the roofs I want to do different texture than limestone. So I might go with a brick roof. Mainly because I like brick roofs. Hello, James. Spotify volume bar sucks. I mean, are we surprised? We're not gonna just mute music. Yeah. Are we surprised? Okay, and that should, if I follow the same thing here, we should be able to match up. Yeah, that kind of works as like an entrance, and then we can put some decorations on the corners. I do feel like we're on the right track. And then over here we'll just do like as if this wasn't here, but they added it later on. Just like a little rail. Little rail. Come on. My mouse is broken. These also, the slabs not final texture. I don't know what texture I want them to be. Dude, okay, stop double placing stuff. It's horrible. That. Immersive paintings. Oh, immersive paintings, great. But they do tend to get rather laggy. So be careful with them if you add too many of them. We'll fill these in with some light blue wool. I mean, no, we don't need to, because we're putting a roof on this. We're putting a roof on this. I don't need to do anything. If you're using it, make sure you're using modern fix. Yes, that's true. Minecraft wouldn't be Minecraft without a bunch of performance mods. Okay. How map textures are handled. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay, we need to figure out what we're gonna do with the roof. I like the shape of it. How are we texturing it? Are we doing a limestone rim, a trim, and then a brick roof? That might actually be nice. That might be nice if you do like a limestone brick trim. Or even go with that. No, because we don't have slabs of that. If you do limestone brick or even small limestone brick, because that's gonna bring it in a little. Hello, Kwaku. Welcome in. How you doing? Okay, let's bring those in. And of course, we would have to continue our stuff over here. The reason I want to do a brick roof is because it's going to be very white, I think. Otherwise. So if you look into bricks, right, we have a couple of options, but honestly I want to look into slabs because, you know, the less we use. Ooh. Oh wait, I might actually do umber. I know it's a bit brownish, but I think it'll look better on the roof. Yeah, that'll look better on the roof. That'll do the job. Yeah, they look like they've been rained on a couple of times. It looked like they've been rained on a couple of times. Umber. Which ones am I using? Long umber bricks. Mix them with it's a godsend. Yeah, but I'm gonna get the umbers in first. I'll do the actual weathering after I've done the entire build. Okay, we'll get rid of the offhand for now. And I'll also get rid of all of these so I don't get confused. Okay, let's do that. Let's get these in place over here. Then you know what I'm craving, chat? I'm craving pizza. I'm craving pizza. Kind of pizza? Any pizza. I haven't had pizza in like a year. I haven't had proper. I'm saying proper pizza because I've had like a slice of like where it was more. How do I say this? Where the pizza was more vegetable than any other. It was more fiber than any other macro. So there wasn't a lot of protein on it. It wasn't a lot of carbs in it. It wasn't a pizza. It was like a filled wrap almost, like a wrap, a tortilla wrap that you put something on it. A side of bread, bread with a side of vegetables. Yeah, no, that kind of, yeah, that's a great way of putting it actually. I like tortillas. The problem is, I like healthy food. The problem is I've been having so much healthy food the last couple of months. It's all been healthy food, which is kind of what I'm going for. Like I'm at the moment I'm just kind of, you know, gyro. Yeah, a durum. Oh, I would kill for a durum. But they're also like 2,000 calories a piece almost. If you get like the really big ones, and I really want to go all out. A Domino's pizza, if you get like the barbecue ones, which isn't my favorite, but if you get like the barbecue ones, it's loads of calories. It's a lot of calories, that one. I've seen people do like the trick where you order Domino's, but you take off extra cheese, you take off this, you take off that, and then you get a thin crust bottom. But then at that point, it's also not pizza anymore. At that point, you're not eating pizza anymore, in my opinion. You're trying to trick your brain into eating pizza, but that's not pizza. Wait a second. What am I? Oh, I'm missing this one. I want to like same honestly with French with just fries in general. French or Belgian. Don't even butter. There's no saying that's French fries, but same with fries. I haven't had like I've had fresh cut fries at home. If I go and like for holidays, sure. But I haven't been to the fry shop in ages. I haven't been there. I need to go to the fry shop. No. I don't know what those are. Also, I also feel bad for you, because the guys don't have proper Belgian fries. You guys don't have Belgian beer. No, every culture has their own like food where you were like, oh, I would feel so bad not living in an area where you have that food. But on the other hand, if you move to another area without that food, you'll find other things that you like. Talking about day-to-day technology. Oh, is that technology? I know. I like it. I like these. They're big rectangles, but it looks good. On a whole, it looks good. That's what we're going for. Now let's look at some limestone walls. What kind of limestone walls do we have? I mean, not a lot. I feel like I would go with the bricks again. It's mostly for this guy, because I want to get a bit more texture on this guy. And then maybe we do the same. We just add like... Ooh, there's no good way of doing this, is there? Oh. Ooh. That's not good. I mean, I could go wall on the inside of each of these. Right? Kind of match them up. And then at least there's a bit of structure in there. That's fine. Bill, is a 6-digit code you can generate on your bank app to pay for anything. It's a big wall of lockers where you can order. I mean, we have that as well. We have both of those. Even better, we can do QR codes on our phone to pay with anything. If you go to a bank terminal, most, but not all of them. If they got older models, they don't. But if you've got the right bank terminal, they can generate a QR code. NFC we do as well. NFC we do as well, but like for older phones that don't have an NFC tag just yet, because you'd be surprised how many people still run around with phones that don't do NFC. You'd be like, okay, things like QR codes, built-in QR code scanners in your phone app are very standard at this point, right? And everyone here has a... Yeah, but like grandparents with bricks, right? Grandparents with bricks are not the problem. Problem is the wrong way of saying it, but are your demographic. Because who has time to go out and eat at a restaurant? I don't. I also don't have the money to do that. I mean, not on a regular basis, at least. My grandparents, though, they go out to eat all the time. And they complain about it all the time. Cash or other credit card. Yeah, that's fair. The biggest complaint my my grandpa has had recently is that they didn't allow him to just get a paper menu. And I was like, yeah, it's kind of fair. That's kind of fair. No, they insisted he would read their QR code to get to their digital menu, and I was like, yeah, no, you're right on that one. They should at least have a couple of paper menus. But what I have been loving lately is that ordering from the app to eat at a table has been pretty cool. You don't need to wait for a server anymore to come up to your table and get you your stuff, right? You can just order it, punch in your table number, and they bring it out. That is something that I have been liking a lot. Not all restaurants do it these days, but a lot of them have been switching over, which is nice. McDonald's kiosks. I don't do McDonald's. The thing with McDonald's is usually their stuff I can't eat, right? Usually their stuff, it's because either their meat has been bound with eggs or their buns contain eggs, stuff like that. But most of also every burger has mayo on it. Every burger has mayo on it, or a sauce based on mayo at least. So it's just not the way to go. Now we're in the brass department where we want to do some brass decoration, which if you look at here, a couple of holes might look nice. Maybe we put some. It's just a big touchscreen where you pick it or stuff on the table. Yeah, the same thing, but on a phone. Also, these are not very common yet, but I've been seeing a table where like your table has like a tablet on it. Like, and you can just pick pictures. Like, you don't even have to speak the language. You just go to the restaurant. I know that in Asia this is a big thing, but they've recently been coming to, like, a couple of restaurants have been investing in these, and it actually helps a lot. No, it's like small joints. It's like usually Asian restaurants, because they probably know this from, like, you know, they're used to this. But like, you just kind of one of those, or like one of these, and you just pick out the thing. Only experience? No, it's, yeah. I have experienced these in like a lot of dumpling places. A lot of like just Asian inspired sometimes food. Okay, I like these because these kind of look like just some brass decoration. So we're gonna put those in here. We can add one in here as well, just to spice up the wall a little. Self-serve, paid by weight. I like a good Asian experience, like a good Asian food experience. So I like to go to restaurants where they don't. I don't think they have to be owned by Asian. Like Asian food doesn't have to be cooked by Asian people. Whatever. Like it's not like Vietnamese pho needs to be cooked by a Vietnamese cook. But at least the person that either serves you or cooks it should know a bit about their dish. It shouldn't just be like oh, we do it by the book. It shouldn't be like we like doing this because this enhances this flavor, or instead of doing this, which traditionally would be done, we do it this way because it's a bit more palatable or something like that. Doesn't need to, but the cook shit. Yeah, no, the cook, because the server can always ask the cook, right? That's fine. I don't really care about servers. The only thing that servers should know is allergens, or the restaurants should provide an easy way for them to know the allergens. I think that's the biggest one I would stumble upon, is if the restaurant doesn't know its allergens. Oh, what if on each dish possible, or at least have an easy way of doing it, right? Yeah, they don't need. I don't care for them to know them by heart. That's, you don't have to study it. That's fine. If you want to, sure, but you don't have to. On the other hand, it's good to know. Can I? No, those are too small. I was gonna do like a couple of statues with some brass armor, maybe. I think those are gonna look weird. I do think that this wall is a bit too... It's a bit too bland. Maybe if I get the texture in, it'll look better. I like it. I like the shape of it all. I like how it's coming together, but there's something missing in this wall. I think arches... No, I think if I do arches, it's gonna look too Roman. I want it to look more steampunk. This is neoclassicism, right? This is think of it as they want to build a Roman Colosseum in Victorian England. So they are taking their inspiration. Instead of doing a fonton, they get arches in, stuff like that. Pillar decor. Yeah, I was thinking using these little platforms to do some decoration, but because all the platforms are different sizes, it's gonna be a little weird. It's mostly I don't mind the pillars being the shape and the color that they are. It's mostly the bigger sections. Maybe I just need to, you know what? Let's get color in first. Let's get our base texture in first, and then we'll see if I can figure something out. Let's grab a wand. Should have the wand command in here. Boom. We are gonna go from here all the way over to... Although, no. I'm gonna mirror this first, and then I'm gonna do the texture. Otherwise, it's gonna be weird. I mean, that would grab everything, right? Yes. You. And then we need to come out to here. I don't care about that. I only can. I mean, okay, it's fine. Do that. We want to push that down one, so that we get the bottom blocks in. We want to push it up one, so we get all the top blocks in. And then we're gonna call it because that's just a throwaway. But doing it this way does allow me to print it and copy in all the other copycat blocks. Lightmatica does not support copycat. Oh, damn it. Which one is it? I think it's this one. I'm not sure. We'll see, I guess. Nope. It's the second one. We've all been there. We've all been there. Also, it allows me to see if I want to rotate it or mirror it. Because if I mirror it, it's going to be exactly the same. And I've been in rotating the entire thing. So I think I want it rotated. I think I want it this way. And then if I move it back... and then move it over this way, of course. And then we want to go one block that direction. I think that's it. I think that's... Yeah, sure. Boom. Oh, did it just move in one? No, it's good. It's good. There you go. Because now it's not, yeah, it's not mirrored. It's good. Yeah, otherwise the doors would have been straight in line, and I don't want that. I do not want that. Okay, I think, chat, look at that. That looks really good. Don't you think? Or like a card game? It's not the biggest one, but you know, size doesn't matter. It's how you use it. I like being in here. This looks cool. I like it. Like a gladiator. I mean, what do you think the Colosseum was? What do you think the Colosseum was? You know. But that's also kind of what I'm going for. So now we can, if I wanted to, ooh. Chat, you have no idea what's in my ears right now. Diggy hole, diggy hole, diggy hole. Diggy hole, dig. Okay, and then that. And then we do replace. Okay, now we need to think about this. Do I want to do limestone or dolomite? The thing about dolomite is it's still that same limestoney color, right? But it's a little more white-ish, which I think might help. So what if we take limestone, right? We take a bunch of limestone. So we'll mostly cut limestone and then some cut limestone bricks. But instead of what we usually do, where we usually just sprinkle in some regular limestone, we sprinkle in some cut dolomite. Just a smidge. What do we think? What do we think? We might also get away with all of the dolomite and do it the other way around, right? Do this, where we do mostly dolomite and then a little bit of limestone as a texture, Because that, I think, you know what? Let's try and do dolomite first. / replace. We can always undo it and get something else in here. Blue wool with D in, oh, that's CNC, D in the core. Cut. Oh, I should probably get my percentages in. Let's do 60-40. Nah. 80-20? 70-30? Let's do 70-30, see what that does. 70% cut dolomite. And then 30% cut dolomite bricks. I like that. I like that it's a different type of a different. Oh, I like it. I think that's the right call. I think that's the way to do it. And then we can still, if we wanted to, right? Let's say we want to work with some shadows in here. I'm just going to do an example, right? We can get some... we can just replace the blocks in there. So maybe cast some shadows here and there. But the problem is, those types of shadows, those types of weathering only really works from a distance. The moment you get closer, you can kind of see it not working, you know? So I'm tempted to just leave it as is, because we're gonna be building a lot of houses around this, right? This is gonna be like, we'll have like a square on either side, but the rest is gonna be houses, right? The rest is gonna be houses. Okay. I like that we have a different floor in here. Just not do it. Yeah, exactly. I think I'm just gonna keep it as is. I like it. I like it. Now we do need a little more like framing and stuff in here. We need some door frames and stuff. In here mostly, really. And I've been really enjoying doing this and then grabbing some deep slate pillars. I feel like just deep slate as an accent on a white wall is so good. Got some pillar in this side. And then that. Just so nice. We're also gonna have to, you know what? Let's figure this out first, and then we'll just copy it on the other side. So this, I'm just gonna close off. For the simple reason, I would cut deep slate look instead of the layered one. I like the fact that it's got a bit of the edge in there, and a little bit of the cut. Kind of looks too flat, almost. Right? Almost looks a bit too flat. You see? I also like the little indent it has in the middle. I don't know. I've been enjoying this because I like the little shapes it has. Not on the stairs. Oh, I could try and polish the stairs. It kind of works. It's fine. It's fine. Both are fine. I also want to get a false ceiling in. Mostly because if I do a false ceiling, I can also add beams, and beams equals spaces to hang lanterns. So sad we never get split slabs or vertical slabs. What do you mean? In vanilla? I mean, I kind of get it. I kind of get it. Also, imagine the amount of I experienced this in modded a lot, but like there's so much choice, and then the amount of detailing that you end up doing, right? It's just, that's mostly my problem. It's the amount of detailing I would end up doing. Okay, and then we can hang lanterns from these if I wanted to. There's already 100 times more finished. Now I do need to figure out a way to get up here. So if I come in here, we go entrance. This will be window. I like the idea of this being a window. Could have one instead of two. Would it? Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Not everything needs to be as not everything needs to be saving on space. I think I'll do like staircases on each corner. Stair. Do I want to do? Let's do a deep slate brick stair. Ooh, no, wait. You know what? We have these. Why not use them? Okay. I meant in vanilla. Could always avoid too short buildings. I mean, I like 2-story buildings though. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like at some point you just gotta be happy with what you have. And with the fact that they're still updating this game. Because they could have said, let's focus on something else. You know? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I feel like a lot of, I'm not saying you, but I feel like a lot of the people barking up the tree are either barking up the wrong tree or they don't know which tree they're barking to. You know? You know? Here we go. Okay. That's good. And then we have our entrance. We do need a way to light this area. And I like the idea of having like something central. I'm just gonna mark it out. I'm not gonna do it in these blocks, but I want to mark it out. Like a central table almost. Maybe something where they can grab like a drink. Ooh, an art piece. These are rich people. They've got place for art. No, maybe we do... I don't want to do ticketing booth. But maybe we add like a little shop in here. No, it's too tiny for like a ceiling. But a shop would work. Little card shop maybe. Fish tank would be fun, but that's what I want to do with this wall. I want to put some nice windows in here and have a nice looking. If I do, copper might actually work. Or zinc. I think zinc is gonna match better. Oh no, that's horrible. I wanted these to connect up. Fish tank and redstone, not a great idea. Oh god. Okay, that's not what I want to do. I mean, we have the ornate windows, the ornate glass. Which does connect up sideways. And I know it's gonna stick to that block, that's fine. Yeah, that's... oh. Perfect. Perfect. If we want it to be really perfect, we do panes and stuff, but that's copycat blocks. Have to read the hint. No, it's fine. And then I think I'm gonna do spruce here, with... do I have a spruce wall? Like a proper spruce wall? No, I'm gonna have to use copycat beams. I don't make the rule, I just make them. I don't make the rules, I just make them. Let's do you. Like so. Hello, Mr. Applesart. How are you doing? Doing good? That's good to hear. Designing some stuff. Same. We're trying to make it look good. And then if we wanted to, I mean, we don't have... no, we have plenty of space. If we wanted to, we can put a little guy in here that sells stuff. Like that. And then we'll give him a little lantern. Ooh, or I'm a seal. If I could do this as well. Could add these up top of this. You got us on the side of the best utility. True. Yeah. Thank God I have 18 nuclear bomb launchers. Good. And then over here, we'll do the same. I'm kind of going with the... They're trying to use new technology in older buildings as well. So that's why we're going. Oh, chain. Big chain. Where big chain? Big chain. Oh, I can't put this on chains? Oh. Can I do normal chain? Do I have normal chain? As like a light bulb? Yeah, it kind of works. And then the only thing I need is a good design for like a balustrade. You can put them on big chains? It's not letting me. It's not letting me. Ooh, it's not a Phase Mom song. I got your picture. I'm on the way. Yeah, dear Maria, count me in. And block on the page. Ah, it's too much work. Too much work. Oh, what if we represent the colors with the balustrade? No, I think that's gonna be too much. Maybe. There's a picture coming with you, dear Maria, not me. There's a story at the bottom of this bottle, and I'm the plan. Take it, go. I don't want me selling you out. Later. Good dream. So, because I think it'd be cool to have this, you know? And then we could have this on that side. You know? What are we thinking? You like that? Or do you want it to be all white? Finally got an eggs video on my For You page. Which one? I think all white with flags. Flags are just kind of though. Not a big fan of flan. Not a big flag fan. You know? I don't like it though. I'm coming with you, dear Maria, count me in. I kind of like it. Your city build? The most recent city build? Because I've done a couple of city builds in the past. But if it's the most recent one, that kind of tracks, because a lot of those have been recommended by the algorithm. The mystical, the manageable algorithm. In your long-term model world? Oh, okay. Yes, this one. I got your picture. I'm coming with you, dear Maria. Count me in. What's the next? What's up next? I need a new playlist. I've already heard all the songs twice. Also, what time is it? It's... Oh, we've been going for 4 hours. We've been... Ooh, T-Pain. Give me some T-Pain, please. I want some T-Pain. What's a good song in the playlist? That's not T-Pain. Give me some T-Pain, please. Community playlists. Okay. There we go. See, by doing the textures last, they're not mirrored on either side, which is good. Get rid of that. I don't know. That's kind of lucky. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what to do over in here though. Do we do like table in the middle with some chairs so they can eat, and then some chairs outside? What do we do, chat? I feel like that's a good idea. I'm not sure about it though. Let me already put in the stairs on the other side. Oh god. These have the worst hitbox. But they're so good. These would be, well, VIPs and like rich people and stuff. These would be the posh bunch. Okay. The ones that pay the bills, kind of, yeah. But also like council members and people that run the city. Just in general, people that, as an entertaining company, you'd want to keep happy, right? Because they kind of determine the success of your business. That's the kind of company that's going to be in here. The ones that you want to keep on your good side. Or the lack of success. Yeah, exactly. You know what's going to be... Ooh, at the end of the stream, we're on the home stretch though. I don't think we need a lot more. I think we just need some simple decorations inside these buildings. I think at that point we're happy. I'm happy to kind of call it like 99% done. Outside of some maybe additions and some smaller decorations, maybe some environmental decorations, but then those you can only add when you have the environment. You know? We can only add the the surrounding environmental things if you have the environment. Make these entryways red for the sign. No, I feel like the color. You see how we've got still have the white. Well, so that's kind of the same. So I feel like everything past this point should kind of stay the same. I don't know. I don't like the red doorways. I don't think the red doorways are gonna look good. Then we'll grab you, with you, and I think that's all, right? Yeah. Oh, I do still need you, and you. Go get beam 1, beam 2. There we go. Make sure that we're cleaning up nice, making sure that everything in here is either spawn proof or lit up. And then we go downstairs. We go... Oh, I didn't look at how I set it up. How far I set it up. So it's 2 blocks away from the stairs, okay. Two blocks away from the stairs. 2 blocks away from the stairs. There we go. And then we'll do this. 2. And then we grab you. Make sure it's oriented correctly. There we go. And then we hide 2 lights in here. And we hide some of this stuff with an ornate window. Well, it's not really hiding if you put a window on it, but at least people are not going to get into it. So the power lines, how would they get power into the buildings? Underground. If you can't see the power lines, underground. No, I could, but that's that's what I mean with that's environmental decorations. I would, if for power lines, I need to know the layout of the city. I need to know, you know, that and I don't have that yet. So that's something I'll add later on. But we could add, you know how we have the spinny power terminals on top of the power. We could add those on top of the on top of here. You know, that's a thing we can do. Just ooh, I want a slab. I want a slab in there. Local power station. Yeah, exactly. Kind of well, it wouldn't be a power station. It would be more of like a a transformer hub, where it's like one anchor point for another spider web of power. Yeah, an anchor point, substation, stuff like that. I kind of like it. It's looking good. Into powerhouse, house power. Yeah, transformers. Dude, I like it. And then with some houses around it, I think it'll look really good. I think with the addition of a couple of houses around it, that's gonna bring it all together. You know what I mean with you know how, I don't know if y'all would know, but if you look at old maps of Rome, the Colosseum is not like it is today, where it's standing on a square, right? The Colosseum is freaking, it's drowned by houses. It's littered with houses around it. How would just a copycat bite at the top and bottom of the sport pillars look? A I shape. I mean, I could try it. I could definitely try it. The problem is the copycat bites with the pillar blocks don't look that great. Like, sure, it'll probably look decent. It doesn't look... They're not great. Let's do an entire quarter. As I said before, you want to do the entire quarter and take a look at it. See if that works, and then we'll see. So... Buy you a drink. Dude, I need a new mouse. It's getting bad. Or I need to turn down my mouse sensitivity. That's also... And it's not really the sensitivity of like the tracking. It kind of works. Kind of allows it for a little bit of that hugging. It's hugging the wall a little more. I probably wouldn't do it at the ground level, but yeah, if there's a beam across, it kind of makes sense, right? Oh, now I need to go around and do it on all of these. Get out, everybody. We're gonna be here for a while, chat. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. God damn it. Let's do that. Then we need to do the top layer. And then we need to do the other side. I mean, to be fair, I could also just copy and paste it. But I feel like that would take as much time as just doing it, you know? You know, selecting, then grabbing the schematic, pasting it in would take as much time as just going around and placing in the little blocks. It would feel like it'd take less time. Yeah, but it would take the same, so it wouldn't be more efficient. It would just be less efficient in it would be even efficient in a less efficient way. By yourself. Yeah, so I can now build this while I still work on my factory design. And then I might actually have an episode for Wednesday. Dude, the combination of my voice not being 100% and me just having to make a mod basically for a card game has not helped in video productivity, because oh boy. Yeah, I've not been working on it. I've not been able to record due to my voice in a week. I think I overdid it on the last episode. I should have taken a break on the last episode and just pushed it back a week and allowed my voice to get better before recording. Recall. I mean that, and I am actually enjoying it. I'm enjoying the way the city is coming together, and like the way the builds are coming together. And I feel like, you know, the problem is I just, once I get started, I just kind of keep going. Also, this is outside of all the redstone and all the mechanics and stuff, this is a fairly easy build, so I should be able to. It might be a shorter video, but I should be able to get at least some content out of it, and then we can also use that to kind of go over the first rule set, or at least the first ideas of the rule set. Okay. I think at this point we should take a copy, a schematic of this, and go and see what it would look like in the world. No, make an AI to train on? Nah. Let's see. Yeah, I need to make if this game actually turns out into something that people would like to play in their single player worlds. If it's only a handful of people, I'll just share the CubeJS files with people. Right, I'll add them to the Modpack. And then if you import the Modpack from CurseForge, you would get all the files as well. Right, so then you can play on your own. But if this actually is something that people would want to import in their like actual worlds and stuff, I might make an actual mod with like models and stuff. Arena. But that's if in a long way away. That's not something I'm doing now. First of all, we need to play test it. We need to make sure that it works, and I need to make sure that people are actually enjoying the game. It would be fun to play it on season 2, though. Season 2 of Just Create. You know? import all the files into just create. You need to know how to code. I could also ask someone to code it for me, you know? I could give them the files that I have and have them make a mod for me. Oh, chat, spoilers. I mean, you've already seen all the spoilers, but we're in survival. This is not the creative save. This is not the creative testing world. This is the actual survival world. It's all in here. It's all in here. I do need to fix. Maybe we'll do that today. I do need, for some reason, the schematic cannon. Not liking it. Not liking these guys. And also they're growing upwards, which is kind of weird. Kind of weird. Look at it. It's beautiful. Now we need to figure out a place to put an arena. I kind of want to put it somewhere over here, so that I have a focal point to put a road to. The question is where and how. Also, I've seen creepers. Also, and we need to fix that. So we'll do some fixing, very quickly. Very quickly. Between the mid, yeah, that's kind of what well, I want to have like a main road. Main road is going to be, you see that green line going, that's going to be a main road. So I kind of want to put it maybe over here, so that we have another square on the border of the harbor and of the harbor area and the housing district, right? And so maybe we put like a square over here so that we can have the main road go through it, and then we would have the arena somewhere over here with its entrance at one of the corners of the squares, or one of the sides of the square. Well, it wouldn't be a square, it would be like a circular yeah, it's a circular square, if that makes sense. It doesn't, but you know, deal with it. Deal with it. Do I have? Ooh, I need some more tough, because for some reason I forgot. Hey, little guy. There you go. You can have an arrow. Let me do that. Good. Tasty. Arrows. We love them. And then I need to replace these. Oh, right. Right, that's not how gravel works. Okay, there you go. And then I need, so we'll need to go and grab some tuff. But before we do that, I am gonna grab schematic. Does it work like that in Copycat? That's true. That is true. I just want to see it in a schematic form. I could also do it with Lightmatica. That would be a bit easier. But this way I already have the schematic. And I can already grab all the item list and stuff. This has been my favorite thing about Create, is just having the ability to have an in-game material list without having to open a mod or a program to access it. Okay, let's do that. Let's give it a bit of a rotate so that the wide side is on this side, and then the question is, what level do we want it on? You have to open a mod item. Yeah, but the item's in your hotbar, and that's kind of what I like. Okay, let's bring it more over to this side. Right? So that we're kind of hugging this blue line. And then I kind of... let's have it come down 1. And then we'll have a market square on this side and a market square on the other side. Now the problem is this... You see how that... we would have to... let's raise it again. Because then I only need to take... And then I need to build up. Which is possible. We can just have this come out a bit further. Or, even better, retaining walls. We love retaining walls, chat. We love retaining walls. Yeah, that's probably the best spot for it, I guess. It is kind of... I did say that games wouldn't go in this district. I wanted to do games on that side, but I feel like this kind of fits in here, though. You know? I kind of like the position of that. Either there, or we put it somewhere over on this island. It's some... No, that's the schematic. That's the schematic. It's the same block palette. It's the limestone, and this is this one's dolomite. This is schematic. That's brighter. I like it. I like it. And then we can have this road come down to this square right here, and then we can have that road come down to that square. Maybe slightly closer to the games. I don't know though. I like it. So that would be an option. Or what we could also do is have it come down over here. But you're probably right in the sense that we... The fact is just... Okay, let's look at this from top down. We can always build newer games. I feel like this is... The trading card game is just something that is so... Technically, you don't need much space for it, right? Makes them want to buy stuff. Exactly. Also, I don't want this part of the city to be only houses. That would be boring. It's going to be mainly housing, but we want to... That's also why I have the little fair, the little carnival games in there. It's because people that are walking through the streets have to have something to do. Right. I like it. I think that's the best spot for it. Let's see what the material list says we need. I think it's going to be very doable. 11 pages. Oh, dude, easy. Easy. 11 pages of materials. This part of the city... Oh, look at... Dude, it's so good. I love it. This part of the city was, I think, 32. And, like, a lot of those were, like, in the 10K. Like, I think I needed, like, 18K. I needed, like, 18K dolomite. Just the regular dolomite. Not even the cut stuff. You're going to put interiors on bottom floors. I want to use the bottom floors as shops. So like the trading card game, probably one of these is going to be like your deck, like your starter decks that you can buy, and then another shop is gonna be packets, stuff like that. Just interactive shops. If it's not interactive, I'm gonna change this to a panel so that they can't open the door, and then I'll just put like a clothing store. But we'll have to do that on stream one day. Different shops sell different packets. We could do different, but I still don't know how I would do the packets now. How I want to do it. I need a way to make them easily, where I don't have to make them manually. I want to do it automatically. Same with deck, with a starter deck. Maybe you guys will know that. If not, I'll ask Trollesh. But if you buy a starter deck of a TCG game, does it come with the right amount of cards, or does it come with less cards? Because like I think in Pokemon, a deck can be 40 cards. But does a starter deck actually come with 40 cards? Gives you X amount of cards, certain rarities. Yeah, that's kind of what I want to do. And the fact is, packages can hold 9 stacks of items. So I could use a package with 9 cards in them, depending on, and then we just kind of play around with rarities, right? I need to figure out a way to make those right. They have 9 item slots. They have 9 stack slots. You can have 9 stacks of items in there. 9 item slots, yes, but it all depends on stack size. Only the god cards are non-stackable. The other cards all stacks to 16. So they would be able to hold 16, but I only want there to be 1 in there. I want there to be 9 total cards in the package. But yeah, sure, we could have stores that sell, like, if we ever do events or something, or we get, like, what are they called? If I ever do, like, a very random, but let's say that I get some cards that are inspired by Just Create server, and we do, like, a Just Create expansion pack. We can have a different store for the expansion packs and stuff. I need a tough. Actually, not a lot of tough. Might actually be enough, but no, it's not gonna be enough. No, I think about it, it's not gonna be enough. What time is it? It is midnight. Maybe we do that tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow we could take a look at how we are gonna get packs made. Both the starter deck and by the end stream. No, I honestly, at this point, I'm probably gonna use the rest of my night to record. What the? Hello, sir? I should probably close my door, but... Sir? Okay, what other tough blocks do I have? Oh, it's not good. Any other tough in here? Got some of those. It's gonna be very close, but I don't think I'll be able to make enough layered tough. Yeah, see, these are tough bricks. Oh, are those tough? Oh, they are tough bricks. Look at that. There you go. Because now we have 3 types of tough bricks. You could make an entire textured wall with just tough bricks. We have the ones from like vanilla Minecraft. We have the ones from Chipped, and we have the ones from Create. Okay, so depending on how far I get with building tonight, we can take a look tomorrow at how we're gonna make decks. Aside from card production, right? We already know how we're gonna do card production. I am gonna change the recipe slightly. Mostly because I want to save on space. Because otherwise, if I need to make 5 machines for 9 different card sets, that's a lot of machines. So I want to cut down on that a little bit. To 3 machines per card set. One for the god cards, which is easy, small machine. One for one machine for all the effect cards, so invocations, relics. What else? What else is in there? And edicts. Oh, hello. And then one machine. Come on, I'm working here. There you go. And then one machine for all the attack or creature cards, which are your followers in your machines. That is also gonna up the rarity effect a little bit, which is what we're going for. Yeah, we're not putting anything in here. These ones, I feel like the ones in the squares, maybe I'll do like this is with some set requirements, but maybe I'll allow some of you guys, if you want to do an interior, we could do that. But that, I mean, it wouldn't be without restrictions. Like, you wouldn't be able to just tear down a wall. I feel like that makes sense, right? I feel like that makes sense. If I do allow, if people want to help with the project and build an interior, their name would be on it, of course. Of course. But if they do want to, they could. The problem is there's gonna be so many interiors once this is done. Like, and this is only one city. I want to make more cities. I don't like doing interiors. Save me, chat, from the horrible torture that's an interior. Okay, this one didn't have any torches, I think. No. Let me put one more torch in here just to make sure we're lit up. Make interiors for you. About that, yeah, that's kind of what I'm aiming at. It's just, you ask people who want to help to make interiors, and then of course we would put their name on it. Like, maybe have like a plaque or something on the building, or like a little nameplate. Literal nameplate. Name the building. Yeah, that's also an option. It's an option. We have a block of dolomite. Did I forget all these? No, just a couple, apparently. This one has torches in it. This one doesn't have torches in it. Probably should sleep. Probably should sleep. This city ain't safe at night. Dude, but look at... Oh, it's so good. I like it a lot. I also really like the garden that we did. Just those are some nicks that we always get with the Did I just hear a creeper? Sometimes you get like oh no, I hear spooder because I forgot. Nope. I knew I missed that shot the moment I made it. Okay, I think... Did I forget torches on all these floors? No, just the bottom ones. Dude, the city is actually starting to feel like a city. Which is like the one thing that you want, you know? Anywhere I see roofs, which is what a city is. And then from this point of view, I mean, it's not big, but it looks like a city. It's kind of tall, but I feel like getting a little bit of a lower house. It's also on a hill, so that kind of makes it a bit taller. We'll figure it out. It'll look better in the end. It'll look even better in the end. Let's see. To-do list. Let's check off some stuff. We have arena. We have all mechanics. We have... That's good. It's perfect, actually. That's also good. That's a lot of things checked off today. Even though it felt like one build, it's a lot of things that we checked off the list. But that being said, I'm going to do some recording. We're going to start building a arena in game. At least get all the mechanics in it, stuff like that. Try not to die, because the spot where we want to build it is above a huge chasm of darkness, so we'll have to figure that out. FE Street, yeah, that's iron. But yeah, it's been lovely. X Street. I don't think X Street should be a street. Hello, Floxy. You're right in here. You want to see what we did, Floxy, today? I can show you. We have, first of all, welcome to my project. This is city. We've got some factories over on the other river edge. Eventually, the goal is for the city to be... This is the rich people district, so that's why there's a lot of gilded and brass and stuff. The city will expand all the way up to there. That will be like our harbor area. And then we'll have... I can show you on the map. I think that's going to be easier. So we have this thing. This entire... It's not really an island, but like this area. This is where our harbor will be. This is where we are right now. And then we have this island right here. This will be a lot of factories, lots of like small little worker housing, stuff like that. I wish you could draw on that. I have I have a plugin, but I haven't installed it for OBS to draw on it. But eventually, the goal is to have a city that is both housing and games. So a lot of these areas at the river edge are either going to be games, and then here we're going to put some housing down or games. And we built, or we worked on a in creative, or we were planning it. We have a new thing where I'm making a card game for this world, and so we designed an arena for it in creative. We did all the designing and all the mechanics in Thursday's and today's stream. So that's what it's gonna look like. It's gonna fit in right here, and then we'll fill up the dead space with some more houses. Also, if you think, oh, you've done so much work, all of these are empty. These are shells. Look at them. Look at them. How does every create mod YouTuber really that building? Experience, practice, years of not having friends. I've taken my viewers on multiple occasions. I've taken my viewers through my old Minecraft world from before I was posting on videos on YouTube, and you can see the evolution of like building. And then of course the fact that you're playing create allows you to do a lot more decorative, like look at flywheel, look at bolts, right? You got a lot more blocks, you got a lot more detail that you can add, which, you know, helps. Lagging so much. Am I I'm not lagging. I don't know, but yeah, city. It's starting to feel like a city, which is good. And now the next step is to expand outward. Right? This is to oil. An oil spill effect, I would call it. I use the core mods. Yeah, the core mods help, dude. Everything helps. Spiderweb. I think this is a Dutch thing, but we have this saying, or we have this term called an oil spill method, or an oil spill effect, where or you could call it the snowball effect as well, but snowball is very linear, whereas oil spill is like, let's say you want to educate a group of people. Oil, yeah, as in crude oil, vegetable oil, whatever. Where if you want to teach a group of people a certain thing, you start with a core group, like 5 people, and then they start teaching other people, and eventually the knowledge grows like an oil spill. It's used in a lot of what's the word in English? I don't know. In a lot of like corporate education, corporate. You know, you gotta love a good corpo HR term. There's someone at an oil factory that inversions the oil. There. You know what? Why olive oil is called virgin olive oil? You know what that's a thing? What that actually means? Virgin, extra virgin. Well, extra virgin is not really a thing, but right? Because it's single? No, because it was made with. I think. Wait, now I need to get my bearings straight. I think virgin olive oil was only made using mechanical treatments. That means pressing, only pressing. Whereas if you get olive oil that isn't virgin, there's no way around that word. It could also have helped with some with some chemical treatments and stuff. Think it's this thing to say because I'm Serbian. Not heard of it. Probably not. And then extra version, and like you've got like levels, right? You got your regular old version of oil, and then you got the good stuff, the extra stuff, which is just better grade, but it's the same thing. It's just there is oil spill effect. No, maybe it's just a corporate thing. Maybe it's just a corporate thing. Maybe it's just a corporate thing just at my workplace. Look, dude, these are so cool. They're so mechanically a thing. In my country, your country probably does some good stuff as well. I don't know. It's hard to hate an entire country, you know? Yes, certain aspects of it, but not an entire thing. Look at this thing. I've got something with presses lately. Same with like a wine press. Have you guys ever seen a wine press? Like how they press the grapes? Look at it. It's such a mechanism. And you can have them in small batch, like small manual things. You can have him, look at this guy pressing his grapes. Right? He's just out there pressing his grapes. You got big boys with like double winders, double screws. Look at this big boy. But they're all the same principle. They're all doing the same thing. They're all working on the same physical principle of like, okay, we got ratchet, leverage, press. There are people who only wear Nike. Like if someone walks in that wear Nike, maybe I speak from ignorance. You got rough people and like bullies everywhere though. I don't think that's purely a Serbian thing. Look at this cute little thing. Also, this is not a cute... Look at the door. It's big. Right? But look, compared to that one... We're going to Krakow. Is it any good? Krakow is nice. I've been there. I like Krakow. I like Krakow for like the sights and stuff and like the feel of the city. I think Krakow is a bit better than Warsaw, but then if you want to do stuff in the city, and I feel like nightlife and stuff is a bit better in Warsaw. I don't know. Maybe. I've only been once for like a week in both, so I don't know. Dude, mechanical presses are so cool. There's this type of... Okay, let me... There's a type of press that is like, it's like an impact press. Impact press? I don't know, because you got your standard book press. We own a standard book press. We have a book press. It's pressing a book right now. I could show you a book press if you have a second. Police are to shoot processors, robots. Yeah. Ow! I feel like everywhere's not been the best, but some places better than others, I guess. Alright, book press. It's pressing a book right now. There's your classic book press, right? It's a screw pressing something else. There you go. Book press. Now, there is this thing called an impact press, which allows you to put even more force on it, but I'm looking for this specific design and I'm not finding it. It's basically looking like a bigger boy than that, but the way the mechanism works allows you to rotate back and then rotate back into it. It's like it has a ratchet in it, which is cool. And I don't find it. I want to look at the good ones. Where is it? Where is the beauty that is a mechanical impact press? I also don't know if they're actually. I've seen people use them. I don't know if they're actually made for bookbinding. There they go. There you go. Look at this big boy. Look at this big boy. Does anyone need a book press? Anyone in need of a book press? Oh god, I need a finishing press. Like a proper one that I can get straight cuts on. How much is a finishing press? No, oh, if you want to get a good one, you can get cheap ones. I want to make one of these because they don't seem too hard to make. So this is a finishing press, right? The good one, the really good ones are like these ones where it's like you can put a lot of force on them. You got stuff for like getting the rounding of your book correctly. Yeah, I also have the ones with the pins in it, so you can strap it down. With leather cord, so you can get those nice ribs on the back of your book. And then other ones include a plow, which I'm looking to see if I can get. It's plow. And a book plow is basically something that you use to trim your edges, right? And I feel like this feels like something you can make at home, right? You get 2 hardwood 2x4s, and you screw them together, basically, right? And then a lot of them, you can kind of see this notch, right? A lot of them have one way they have the slanted edges to get your shoulders right, and on the other side they have a flat edge, so you can you can kind of see it here. You can one on the bottom side they have the slanted edges to get the shoulders right, and then on the top side they've got the plow end, which is level and straight. And I feel like you should be able to make this, right? This is not too much too difficult. I feel like the problem is I don't have the tools for it. Like maybe my grandpa's place. Maybe I could do it at his place and bring it back. I'll look into it. Maybe that might actually be a good, fun stream thing. I don't have. Maybe that'll be a fun stream thing, one day. For now, though, I am gonna do the thing that I set out to do, which is look for somebody to raid. Dude, y'all need to stop me from getting too distracted. This is not good. No good. No, that's not really what we're looking into. Anyone in the Minecraft category that I know? Not really. They're doing events. Nah, I'll end stream right here. Thank you for being here, though. I'll be back tomorrow, same time. So we'll look into getting some decks made and some card decks made. Hopefully, you'll have a great rest of your day. Have a great Sunday as well, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye.